Are you ready? Are you ready, Twitch? I think I am. I'm Habbage, and whoo, what a day. I don't know, is it actually? It's rainy here. I overslept, which was fun, but it was good morning sleeping, I guess. Had the window cracked, woke up, like, could hear the rain just drumming on the wall behind my head. Um, and yeah, it's another. Yesterday was pretty slow and steady rain wise. Today looks to be more of the same. Should be a good thing. We need it. Always need it. Who doesn't ever, who's like, we don't need rain. Don't rain. Well, here we are, guys. We got the game. My computer volume is very low. I remember that now. Oh, it's going lower. All right. So, where did we leave off yesterday? We have, down at the end of that hallway, we have an awesome progress on our storage area. What the? Did I leave it on escape the whole time? I must have. That's unfortunate. So much for our huge boost. I seriously had it running for like 40 minutes today before the game, before I started the stream. Well, that's a shame. Hmm. No super XP boost for us today. Look at that. We do almost have a full stack of potatoes just from zombie drops. Not bad. Alright. Since we are so low and don't have much going on, I don't know that there's much of a point in gathering up zombie flesh or anything else. Just go up to the surface. See what we're going to do today, huh? Hope you're all doing well. Anybody got any big, crazy Monday night stories? Anyone go see a movie? Does anybody go to movies anymore? I know people do. I think the last movie I went to was the James Bond, the most recent James Bond one. The really, really long movie that I was like, I guess I'm going to go to the bathroom during the middle of this, not in my seat. I'm going to get up and miss part of a movie I paid way too much to see. I came here. Did I want to? I guess I just wanted to show you guys the majesty that is storage. Look at that. Woo-wee. Now, eventually, we're going to get these walls replaced as well, so it'll be looking really good. And of course, it's going to extend this way as we need more and more storage. But first, we got to finish up these last couple bays. Maybe we do some of that today. We haven't really, other than doing some of this carpet and putting in the ceiling, we haven't done a lot in the storage department. We've got plenty of dark oak logs, not much quartz. Maybe we go to the nether, explore around a little bit. We need more carpet, but those are all minor. I think what we mostly want at the moment is, wow, excuse me, I'm very hiccupy, is more copper. So we may go do some surface level caving. I hear you sucking down potions like that. Alright, there's our buddy. Make sure our bed doesn't go back through the portal. We did talk to him yesterday, as usual. He's got nothing good to trade us. Don't think there's much we would need. That's still running. Our sheep are looking pretty woolly again. We'll give them a bit. I don't need to rush that. In fact, I think you know what we will do? Let's go over this way, because remember we found that big hole? And I don't think we ever explored it, did we? Or did we? Yeah, we did. Look at that. Wart's all done. Never have to worry about that again. Pretty much. was when we were looking. Here it is. Looking for sheeps. Oh, but maybe it didn't go anywhere, did it? It just kind of sat here. But it does have copper that we haven't been interested in grabbing in the past. Wow, lots of copper. So I do have my door open. Maybe you guys will hear a little bit more background noise. I'm sorry if you do, but the rain is too nice not to have. Well, that was something. Um, we did go exploring over towards the stronghold the other day, and that was decent. In fact, we talked about going back and mining there. I don't think we're going to get much copper out of it, but not much there. Uh-oh. Come on. Out of the water. Oh, you know what I was going to do this morning and I totally forgot? I was going to update the stream title. I finally realized, hey, it still says 119.1. How long has 19.2 been going? Um, hmm. Let us. You know what else we need? Here, let's go. Let's go grab a fence and a lead. Let's go out that way, down our cut road. We'll take our horse buddy and see what we can come up with there. All right, a lead. What am I looking? Fence here. Just a couple pieces of fence. All right. Do have an ender chest. We haven't forgotten that yet today. All right, this will be a fun little way to do some exploring, find stuff we haven't seen yet. Come on, out we go. Come on, world. Did do an overnight reboot, so hopefully we're set for some smooth running. Just try to weave our way over to the road. There we go. And I know there was at least one little drop off kind of around these rose bushes. There it is. Got some bees. Oh, this is the only way to travel, well, except for portals and mine carts and boats and everything. But horse is fun. Oh, kind of tight through there. Oh, you're doing so good, horsey. Oh, all right. First off, oh no, don't you go wandering off. All right, let's clean this edge just a little bit. This felt tight. Doesn't look to be any more exciting than just a little drop. So I'm not per. I'd really actually prefer to get some oak forest and get oak trees while we're out here. If there's any trees to be cut. Frankly, we're just looking for a big cave to explore. Up near the surface, as always, we want coal. We did very well on coal yesterday, but we could always use a bit more of it. And copper. So hopefully that decays a little bit more of all this stuff. Can I trim these branches? Will that help? That should do it. And now here we go. I watched a movie. I don't know if I'd ever seen it all the way through before. I remembered it from being a kid. The movie's called King Solomon's Mines, and it's like a. I don't. I was gonna go back and check the dates, but I think it came after Raiders of the Lost Ark, but before Temple of Doom. Does that sound about right? And it's very like parts of it are like almost directly straight out of Temple of Doom, um, but it's almost more satirical of the whole genre. Probably for some folks, it's gonna be offensive, like oh how dare they? Because it's supposed to be set in like the 1910s. So still imperialism and colonialism and all that kind of stuff going on. And it's a little bit, it's comedy, right? It's an action comedy kind of deal. Um, but it's basically spoofing these early 20th century swashbuckling kind of adventures that Indiana Jones was based off of too. And very much that's why they have very similar adventure type plot is they're cut from the same cloth of this, Africa and the Middle East, basically any part that wasn't Europe or uh, North America were these exotic, different locales, and the people were all considered uncivilized and inferior, right? Their cultural differences and things like that weren't respected, and before people go running off and like, oh, they didn't respect the cultures or anything like that. Well, they also, there's a scene where the hero and heroine, which um, I think the guy's name was like Richard Chamberlain or Robert Chamberlain or something like that. The actress was a young Sharon Stone, um, who I certainly knew growing up. So, as an actress, right? I have no idea who she is as a person, but saw a lot of the movies later on. Um, but yeah, I'd never seen it all the way through. And the two conceptions I had were one that it was somehow associated to Jewel of the Nile. I still don't know if in any like writer, director, or anything like that, if it was. But as a kid, young adult, whatever, I thought it was like a sequel to Jewel of the Nile. It's clearly not because that is set in the 80s. This was set in the 1910s, um, but has a similar type style to that. That the comedy is very much turn and wink at the camera, right? Or the action, right? Like, yeah, that's not really gonna happen. So it pretty lighthearted, but I don't know that it aged particularly well. Some of the racial insults and stuff like that are like, dude, that's not really cool, and it's not like I think one of the greatest movies. Maybe that's a little too far, but certainly respectable both in message and comedy and the way it's produced. Blazing Saddles is absolutely up there. Um, you're going to waste time getting offended by it. You probably either completely missed the message behind the humor, or I don't even know. But it is so well done, and you're outright um, throwing a light on just how stupid racism is outstanding, and it's not preachy at all. It's satirical, so they're showing the other side of it and just how ridiculous it is. Basically, show comically racist, like 1880s, 1870s people in a town, and the introduction of a black sheriff, and it's awesome, and they all eventually get over it. He's fantastic in it. Um, so I don't know. That's one of my tops all times. This doesn't have that redeeming message, right? They're just using slights and things like that, whether in context of the time or just because you could back then. This is from the 80s when first Gulf War, none of that had happened. We didn't have as much immigration from the Middle East. Um, Although there certainly are families that have been here for generations from all parts of the world. But I know growing up, the people across the street from my grandparents were the Iranians, and they were wonderful people to go visit and all that. When we would go stay at my grandparents and play in their neighborhood and all that, they had older kids that weren't like, hey, let's go play with the little kids, but the parents were very nice and would come out and say hello and all that. And it was certainly a different time when that was a thing. You could be identified as if you were in your neighborhood and you were the only people of a certain ethnicity or background, hey, that was just who those people were. And I don't think I think those people, I don't know that they said that, hey, how are you doing, the Iranians? I think it was like a description when they were just talking about what was going on in the neighborhood and all that. It was easier for them. Honestly, I have no idea what their family name was at this point. Um, I'm an older guy. It was a long time ago for me too. And they'd moved in more after like my parents or my mom grew up, so she hadn't known that family. And it's interesting, if you have parents that have a house where you grew up in and it remains in the family for either through generations or just because your parent or parents grow older there and kind of age out as you become an adult and strike out on your own and you go back to it, you'll notice that like you still refer to houses and places by who had them at the time um, that you were kids, right? When you were plugged in and knew every single house in the neighborhood and all the families, because a lot of times neighborhoods go through that, right? Where um, everybody's kind of got school-aged kids at about the same time, and then eventually they may turn over, right? And a bunch of new families come in and all have kids that are going through school. So you're playing with all the kids in the neighborhood, the football game or soccer or whatever out on the street, riding bikes and all that kind of stuff. Your parents get to know the other kids' parents and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of a moment when the neighborhood is tight, right? Just yeah, oh yeah, we know pretty much everybody that's going on. And at least when I was a kid, part of that was like selling stuff for your football team or your t-ball league or whatever. Those kind of things got you out and talking to everybody on a regular basis. And nowadays we don't do as much of that, which I think it's kind of too bad, right? It's good to know your neighbors. I know a lot of people want privacy. A lot of us here kind of cling to being online and not uh, not going out, but um, there's certainly, it's certainly a benefit when it snows out of the blue and your car gets stuck in a snowbank and you happen to know the name of the person that just walks over and starts helping you push your car out of the snow because you've said hello a few times, right? There's nothing inherently wrong with that level of involvement. It doesn't mean you need to be like looking out your front window from behind the blinds to know what people are getting up to in your neighborhood. Everybody's entitled to some privacy, um, but it is something I think we do less well, and we do it less naturally now. So when it becomes unusual to just walk across the street, hey, how's it going? I'm in the blue house. How are you doing? Did you just move in, or have I missed seeing you around? That kind of stuff feels unnatural because we just don't do it as automatically as we used to. Um, but it's you can make lasting, lifelong friends just from the people that fate throws at you by putting them in your neighborhood. So anyway, we were talking about King Solomon's mines. Oh, and the fact that there was a family in my grandparents' neighborhood back in the day that they referred to as the Iranians. Um, Again, different generation. I do not advise you to go out and associate your neighborhoods by where they came from. But um, hey, if just going up to somebody and asking, hey, um, haven't seen you around. Did you just move in from around here, or and you'll quickly pick up on whether English is a first or second language, that kind of stuff, and maybe they're feeling very isolated in a new culture and all that, and it's a good way to help make them feel welcome by going out and talking. But anyway, King Solomon's Mines. If you don't read too much into it, it was very entertaining. I thought lighthearted. No, don't have to. Well, here I have talked about it for 10, 15 minutes as we chop trees. Um, Probably didn't warrant that much, but I was thinking a few days back or a couple weeks ago now, probably. I was given the movie Uncharted a very hard time for its lack of realism. Looking at this one, it's like it's supposed to be set in the 1910s, and oh yeah, imperialism in Africa and the cannibals with the giant cook pot that our heroes are being boiled in when they get it to roll off the fire and down the hill to make their getaway, right? It's not very flattering in many ways, and again, probably just by talking about it this much, people back from the 80s would be like, you're putting way too much thought into this. We don't mean it to be offensive. This is just sketches of fictitious peoples, quote unquote the cannibals and quote unquote the shop merchant and all that kind of stuff. But it does go a little further than I think modern sensibilities would say is acceptable for portraying particular cultures or races and that kind of stuff. Gets a little over the top. Uh, but I had remembered it specifically for there's like a train fight scene, right? Where they got to like get on the train and then move over the top and the bottom of the train and all that kind of stuff. So I remembered that the movie had that. And like I said, I thought probably just because I watched them close together as a kid, but I thought that King Solomon's Mines and Jewel of the Nile were associated to one another. I don't think they are. I think that was just a youthful misconception. Let's go ahead and get another box. Green again. We haven't used many of the others yet. Let's put all the random junk into this one. We'll keep lumber going into the white as we get full stacks. And eventually, hopefully, we'll have those others to fill up with cave loot. Right? We've got this bit of a ravine here. It's got some coal across the way, but it's also got partially flooded. Hi. Oh, now look at you. So I don't know if that's the best one to go to. Like you get a little dry pocket in the middle. That's kind of why I cut over to the side here. And I don't know, does this go all the way through or am I better turning the corner? See, this all looks, I mean, it looks good, but so wasted by being flooded out like that. So maybe we just turn here and kind of try to swing around the jungle. I think we were up to this mushroom, right? Let's get these oak trees, which we said we needed. So what did anybody else watch? Anybody else spend a rainy night indoors watching movies, otherwise being entertained? I have the other thing. This is a little more highbrow now, so get ready. Um, for a couple years now, I've been picking away at an awesome, and I'm not a big like live podcast guy or anything like that, but I found on YouTube um, years ago a podcast called the Prancing Pony Podcast, and the Prancing Pony is a reference to um, what many people may know from the Lord of the Rings trilogy movies. That is the inn in Bree where the hobbits go when they first meet Frodo and Sam and uh, Merry and Pippin are all making their escape from the Shire, and they go stop at an inn to meet up with Gandalf. Right? He was like, "You guys have to leave the Shire. Get out of here. Go. I'll meet you in midsummer at the Prancing Pony Inn in Bree, and I'll leave word there if anything changes. So ask for me of the barkeeper guy. We'll have more information there. But for the main thing, get out of here right now before the Nazgul, right? The nine men, old kings of men under the sway of the rings, come to get you, right? They're hunting for you. So they make the flight from the Shire. They get there, and I struggle because I love the books, and it does all get more blended together for me as the years go by between the movies and the books. Um, in almost every case, not just Tolkien, but almost everything, books exceed the movies. Right? There are a very limited number of exceptions to that, and they're pretty famous. Like I would argue that for historical circumstances, the 1940s uh, Wonderful Wizard of Oz is a superior movie to the Frank L. Baum book, or any of that series. I don't know. Just for me, that one has moved past what's there in the story. Um, but there aren't many where I go, oh yeah, you know what? I'd rather see the movie than the book. And if you can handle it, the Lord of the anything Tolkien, which is primarily tied into um, the Hobbit, and then the Lord of the Rings trilogy is exceptionally well written. I think he has fully moved the more and more, especially with the insights of a podcast like this one, and there are loads of them out there. Um, I think he's really moved into the top spot for me of authors, and that's saying something because I read a lot in a lot of different genres, and I have a lot of contenders for favorite author. Um, but he he's definitely got contention with me for being the favorite, and it's really because there is so much there to be unwrapped and discovered that you didn't know. And okay, I guess we'll talk Tolkien for a bit. Um, J.R.R. Tolkien lived in the 20th century in England, the UK. Think he was. I'm no expert here, but I think he was born in South Africa. Father was a British subject and was working remotely. Um, he and his mother were living in South Africa. His father was called on business or something like that, but ended up dying of fever or something like that, and left he and his mother alone. He was at a very young age, and then shortly thereafter, or not too much later, I think his mother died as well. And I believe now I was hearing something last night in whatever I was, whichever of the episodes I was watching, um, that he had a aunt he was very close to, and I think that was who took him in um, when he was effectively orphaned. Um, not a Dickensian type orphan where he was forced to work in a factory or anything like that, or basically just live on the streets. I think it was this aunt that took him in, and she was married to a minister, I think, and he grew up in the rectory house of that, and was a very committed Catholic all his life, but was also a brilliant um, person with languages. That was his passion. He was a professor at Oxford, one of the colleges, but Oxford University, and studied like early English and Norse and Germanic languages, but basically Anglo-Saxon Old English. Um, and it, as you know, as we, a lot of us have different little interests and things like that we kind of nowadays celebrate as, hey, yeah, I like to geek out on this, right? I don't care that other people are or are not interested in it. Well, that was him to a T back 110 years ago or so, when he was kind of a boy in school, which would have been, I think he was probably born in the 19th century, like 1890s or something. Again, I don't know every detail of his life, but um, it would have been probably around 1895 because I think he was 19 when he went to World War One. So that gives you a little context. But he um, he grew up, had known being orphaned, being um, cast out, or not not cast out, but losing his parents and having to grow up in a situation that was maybe warm and loving and better than he could have hoped for necessarily, but wasn't of his choosing. What was a circumstance that was reactionary to what he had to be in. And part of what he had done, or what he retained from being a young boy when his mother was still alive, was, and I may be, it may have been his mother that remarried and married a minister. I don't know, but he had, I think he talked about having memories of starting writing stories while he and his mom were reading books or whatever, and that she'd fostered a love of languages and stuff. Maybe, um, or that could have been his aunt. I don't know. But he started inventing languages and writing stories in old languages as a young kid. Like, the ultimate geek out that people still don't do that, right? How many people are like, hey, you know what I want to do for school? I want to go study ancient dead languages, just so that I can read books in those stories. And his whole drive was a better understanding of how our languages evolved from them, and how these languages shared origins, how words changed over time, how different associated cultures, hang on one second, especially those in Western Europe, where you had lots of little populations, and this was kind of throughout the world, right? You would grow up in a town or a region, and you wouldn't travel far in your life. Travel was difficult. There wasn't a lot of long range mixing and shared large area culture, right? You didn't, here in the United States, I've talked about it many times, that until after the Civil War, we weren't the United States of America. It was the United States of America. The states, right? Like, if you were from Virginia or North Carolina, that was where you were from. For folks who have studied the U.S. Civil War in history or social studies or whatever, Robert E. Lee, was the heroic general of the South, right? He was the what many, both sides of that war, considered one of the greatest, if not the greatest, military mind that the United States has ever produced, tactician wise and everything. He kept the Southern Confederacy alive and a threat far longer than it ever really had any reason to expect to have been. But it was his brilliance, and people knew how smart and how talented he was before that war ever started. And they knew, hey, from a Union side, hey, if we have Robert E. Lee, we're we're good, right? He's the one guy we can't afford to lose. And as many folks who have either visited or just are aware of it know, Arlington National Cemetery, that overlooks, looks across the Potomac River at Washington D.C. That was his home, right? He lived in Virginia, and he lived looking at Washington D.C., the capital, and he was, at West Point, and again, very, very well respected as the must-have general setting this up. And when the time came, when secession was being announced and the war was getting started, he said, I don't want this war. I don't want to fight against the United States, but my state has called me. I have to go with my state. Your loyalties you didn't prior to that, you didn't pledge allegiance to the United States of America. If anything, and not that people, I don't think there were state pledges or anything like that. And certainly there wasn't like state citizenship as such. But we would have thought of it more in those terms, right? You didn't go join the National Guard or something like that if you wanted to be involved in military. You joined the state militia, and those eventually were what became the regiments, particularly of the Union. Um, I'm no expert on how the Confederacy organized its military side. You don't have as much. Well, there may be quite a bit of people who have this idea that celebrating um, Confederate heritage, which I have ancestors that were on both sides of the war, so I do in a way respect people who have pride that their relatives fought nobly and honorably. I don't think that everyone that was a part or resident of the U.S. South was a racist or owned slaves or supported it. Um, I have academically studied that region or that time period in the United States quite extensively, and I do happen to know that for most of the people fighting it, it was people bristle. What are you saying that the war was not about slavery? They were fighting to end slavery. I hate to say it, revisionist history. If you had asked people at the time, slavery wasn't even a deal. The deal, the pushing point, the reason why it became a shooting human tragedy of a war was because the Southern people felt that the U.S. government, or the implications of how they were being told to behave by the U.S. government, overstepped the rights, and that their states' rights were being taken away, rightly or wrongly. That was the feeling, and it has changed how our country behaves and how we identify as Americans, not as Minnesotans or Coloradans or Iowans or Californians or anything else. Um, all of that is a more modern sensibility. So back in the day, Tolkien, right? We're getting back to talking about author of the Lord of the Rings. Tolkien studied languages at a time when, much like in the U.S., we associated with different states. In Europe or the rest of the world, you would associate with similar entities, right? I think we should go back and get our horse because now we're into new ground. Also, we should make a little marker. Put it right here so that wherever we end up out here, we got a chance of getting back. So Tolkien was studying languages and um, how these regionally located, like the Norse languages, right? 'Cause then you live in a fjord, you don't get much out of your fjord. There's not a lot of overland travel, um, easy overland travel, particularly in the winters and along the ragged type coastlines. Fjords between mountain finger type areas. You just don't get a lot of chance to manage all that. All right, we got your lead. Let's go. Show you what we've been working on here, horsey. This horsey named for longtime viewer, big friend of the channel, Bobby God 968. I hope Bobby God is doing well. So here we go. We perhaps want to hang to this side and get more of these oak trees, but we got a horse. Let's go see the country, right? I don't know that we've seen any of this from a coast. I know there was savanna that we saw in some cases from the ocean, but I don't know if it got this far. So southeast is kind of how we get back from here, at least. Oh, this could be it. Oh, this could be it. What do you think, horsey? Oh, we got a little area in between. You want to be up on top of the hill? I bet you do, because you're a good horse. All right, let's get your fence here. All right. We can't quite see the way back, but we can go from there. All right, horsey. You get to chill. I suppose I should put all this stuff away too before we really get going. Let's see if we can take down the dirt. Get a nice little in and out. At least down to this level. So we got 2 holes. Oh, an Enderman down there? All right, let's go. Let's go empty our pockets and jump into a hole, huh? Get you some light. So if we come up somewhere else, we'll maybe be able to see you better. We don't want to lose you. I don't want to hit you. All right. All the logs away. All the tree stuff away. I guess I did get a jungle tree, didn't I? And we'll want that. All right, Betty Bye time. So Tolkien was studying language, obscure old languages, not like, hey, I want to learn Norwegian, or hey, I want to learn more about English and become an English professor. No, I want to study the versions of English that nobody speaks anymore, and how they relate. And he was looking at old Norse sagas, and how Old English replicated that. Remember, well, or don't, just hear me say that in British history, you had the period of the Viking expansion in the Danelaw when Viking raiders uh, basically existed just as British nobility later would as absentee or even resident landlords, right? They came in, they certainly were on raids and didn't identify as home at first, but um, they were coming and collecting effectively taxes, Danegeld, from the residents. Like, hey, you got 2 options. Either we're going to come around with the axe and the shield and the sword, and we're going to, make you suffer, or we can do this the nice way. You pay a predetermined amount of cash. We just come and say hello, have a few feasts, maybe settle down with some of your most attractive daughters. Um, Take some of the livestock, take some food, take some valuables, and be on our way. But nobody dies, right? Nobody dies. You guys all keep your homes, and we'll see you next summer when we come back over the next time. Well, eventually, of course, they settled down, and the languages, our English that we speak today, certainly has characteristic words and origins. A lot of the etymology, the history of how words have formed or why they mean what they do today, a lot of that comes from the presence of the Norse Vikings, from in in Europe or in the UK, England, and Scotland and Ireland, um, back in the Middle Ages. So he's studying that because he's studying like how in those old Norse sagas, things like Beowulf and other lades or epic poetry stanzas and verses and sagas do do the languages evolve, and what can that tell us about modern language? Well, along the way, he starts like right, he's a kid still. This is before he's a professor, but he's already got a lifelong interest in all this. He starts writing his own sagas, and quickly he's like, the language is the fascinating part here. He starts creating his own languages, and one of the languages that he creates is Elvish, or what would become it. And he's putting together sounds and phonetics of how these things could have shaped and how they would have fit together, what the diversions and how some people's tones would be quite guttural and heavy consonants and hard, others would be more lyrical and um, flowing, for lack of a better. I'm looking at this waterfall. Um, so he's looking at all those, and after years of creating various languages, he starts thinking, what, these would have evolved through histories of their peoples, right? Events would have driven why was there a big dramatic change in that? Well, there would have been some event, right? Like in England, in the early, there was the first, is it Lindisfarne? That was the first monastery that was raided by Vikings, I think. Again, this is all unplanned, just mind wandering talking stuff for all you VOD viewers that are maybe wandering by. Welcome. Welcome to Habbage Thinks. Um, so if in that case, that arrival was something that sent ripples through history, was like, oh, the language is going to change eventually as a result. Place names, uh, York has a capital in the north that kind of became independent. Scotland and some of those places, how they eventually reacted, and the uh, I'm going to say the sexes. I don't think that's right, but Wessex and Essex and Sussex and some of those, the medieval kingdoms of what would become England, some of those remained less impacted by the incoming Danes, as they were sometimes called, um, than others, right? So they would usually land on the coast and come in from the north and east, and sometimes because they had a better foothold, they'd actually loop around to Ireland, and there were different groups and clans and whatever's tribes, bands, I don't know, that would come from. So they had different politics of their own, just because they were all like, hey, there's a lot of loot to be had over here to these Western Isles. Um, didn't mean that individually those groups liked each other or not. They just had a shared interest or motivation in coming. So he's doing the same thing, and he then begins to imagine elves and orcs and a world where the mythology and everything builds up. So all of that fits into what we come to know, and what's probably most widely read and viewed as the children's story, The Hobbit, Bilbo Baggins, and discovering the ring and the riddles with Gollum and all that stuff. The movies there are much more of a departure from the books than the Lord of the Rings trilogy that Peter Jackson did uh, 10, 15 years earlier or so, I think. So, um, for folks who are less familiar with the books, um, what you see in The Hobbit, the movie, is they made three movies out of a 400-page kids book. It's basically a children's book. There's some depth and some darkness to it, but in terms of accessibility and where most people get their introduction to Tolkien, it's The Hobbit, right? There's children's theater plays, productions of The Hobbit, right? You go see those with your school group or whatever on a field trip. Those kinds of things are more accessible. The Lord of the Rings trilogy brings in more of that background, more of his exploration of the history of the peoples and the fact that he's created ages of history for the peoples that populate this world that he's created languages for, and as a result is making these tales in books. Fascinating stuff. And I was hearing, so I've been watching some of these podcasts, and they start with a book that most people probably haven't heard of too much, but Amazon is going to change that because, in theory, some of what they're releasing this fall is based on the Silmarillion, which is a collection of lore that um, Tolkien's son actually finished editing for him out of his notes after he'd passed away. And these are massive works, so there's a reason why it took multiple lifetimes to get everything completed and published. And he has since done others, the unfinished tales and some of that kind of stuff. So there's lots of material there um, that was created by Tolkien himself and was envisioned to help flesh out these stories and give background information. And these podcasts are a great way to get a little more access. Uh, I would think what most people may find them dry in and of themselves. If you haven't, even if you have read the books once, maybe twice, they would still probably be pretty tough to just dive in on and be like, oh yeah, I get what these guys are talking about. But they're amazingly eye-opening, even if you don't follow everything that they're talking about. They help shed light on the content, what is out there. Hmm. So they started with the Silmarillion, which historically predates. It is the stories of the elves, right? In the Hobbit and all that begins the Fourth Age, the Fourth Era, and the Silmarillion goes all the way back within his world to the beginning of time, creation, and uh, how does that world come about? How did elves exist? And then eventually the monsters and all. What? Okay, so those exist. Well, then how did there end up being orcs and goblins and that kind of stuff? How do they play a role in all this stuff? Why do they even exist if they're so bad? Fascinating levels of detail. But the even more mind-boggling piece of it for me is through it all, it's the language that he's building up and out from to frame all this stuff, and everything that he's writing has a context or an idea behind it, and it fits in the world that he's making. And ooh, massively complex, massively rich and detailed, and it's from some of that kind of exposure and looking at something that, all right, here's a couple of books that a guy made over 100 years ago, and there are still people that are out there podcasting, right? That are looking at this with professional scholars, people that have doctorates in, oh, awesome, 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 awesome. This is a huge find. Deep slate coal is actually pretty rare because you don't often find coal down at deep slate level. So this is worthy of a little stop here. All right, let's at least dump some of these full stack stuff. Full copper, almost another. I don't think we need the dirt. Deep slate, we got 6 deep slate coals. Those are going in the box and getting held. We should have plenty of other coal throughout the world. That's something to hang on to. It's kind of like nowadays regular ore diamond. Things that usually occur up high, like coal, pulling those out. Or on the flip side, we've already gotten like deep slate iron. Uh, so, yeah, pretty cool. All right, let's not leave that. Now, which way? I think we're turned back. This is the same waterfall we had, but I really think we want to come back on this wall, right? Oops. So I was listening to podcasts, I guess is the bit there, and have been, and they're kind of those that I love to throw on when I'm falling asleep. But then it can be like a week that I uh, never get past the same one because they usually go like an hour and a half. And that can be quite a bit, especially if you're falling asleep. And sometimes listening to people talk about word origins and that kind of stuff doesn't doesn't hurt when you're trying to fall asleep, right? But the guys that do it are so good-natured and light-hearted. They know how to laugh at themselves, and even though it's deep, you kind of have to be into it a little bit to want to listen along to some of this kind of stuff. And I'm sure a lot of you guys would be like, "Oh, dude, this sounds like school. Like, why would you do that to yourself?" Um, I think that's one of those bits about having gotten beyond the point where school is just doing stuff that people tell you um, you have to do this, and getting to the point of, I'm really interested in this. Where can I learn more? Right? It's not about polishing a particular skill. It's about getting having interest in a topic and learning as much as you can. There's copper up there. That is ostensibly what we're here for, right? Oh, oh. Amazed he didn't knock me off. That was exactly what I was worried about. That's why we tested out our feather falling boots the other day. Look at this pocket. Holy smokes. We're in the copper. I thought there was... But just like that. So, like, holy smokes, right? Like, what? I don't well know the origins of that expression. I'm curious. A lot of times I will learn some of those kind of things, and that may be one example of something that I have heard of and have just forgotten. And shame on me for doing so, but come on. You can do it, little XP orb. I see you, Mr. Creeper. Ooh. We don't have an exit. Oh. Oh. Arrows. Enough. Oh, this did not feel good. How many different worlds have we lost down in the deep slate? So I was trying to think about how we got to Tolkien, and other than I'm listening to podcasts, which you can't over. I can't do too many of them, and I can't just sit there and they're definitely have a game going or something. You can't. I've often tried to read along with. That doesn't work too well for me. I'd rather listen and then read some of my own and back and forth. But there are points where I'm like, oh wow, that's amazing. And then there are points where I'm like wondering at how invested people are in the works of another person's fiction, right? And I still, it's, I guess, a part of of life is beginning to understand what your tolerance is for those kind of things. But I mean, it reminds me a lot of being young and um, you know, the level of study that people give, like Bible study stuff. And again, Tolkien was a Catholic, was all his life, and he said how much he despised allegory. That there's no his books aren't a religious metaphor for, or symbolic or an aid to other people trying to reshape and restate a Christian message or any other for that matter. These are things that grew out of him exploring language, and so that they're fiction. You don't. There are themes and messages without or within that definitely give insight into his worldview and the deep and rich experiences. Not always good, but the very impactful experiences of his life. I heard him sizzle. I don't know where he came from. I don't know where you came from. Like, how does that guy just appear there? That's what I don't understand about this whole biome. Every time it seems like you're just moving along, doing your thing, and then there's mobs. And I don't see lips or overhang or anything like that. They just seem to kind of form. You didn't. Wait, what? Throughout. So I listened to some of these podcasts and like the people that are commenting and offering their insights, and it's like this is religion light. It's what people look for when they go to a Bible study. That in-depth reading. Let's look at this line, right? In the Bible, you have verse, chapter, and verse, right? That's an expression. Quote it, chapter and verse to me, right? You're going in effectively line by line. Some verses can be longer or shorter, but um, they give you that ability to cross-reference and granularize. Well, it's the same stuff going on here. Okay, this version of this book and this line, this chapter, um, which is very good, but it is a little bit, I don't know if eerie. Um, okay, these aren't in there. I just want to make sure I hadn't lost track of important goodies. While this will fill us up more quickly, I don't really want to take the time to wonder, all right, have I already grabbed that or not? Maybe keep this. None of these are full, but I think I want to make an ore box. There we go. We'll just start over. We got ore, we got junk, and we got another box probably for more junk. To the depths, or to this gold. Any more? So that piece is interesting, and I've took a lot of different literature courses in college while I was in there. I studied history was my degree, but I could have equally been as at home in some form of literature, English, um, and for folks that laugh off the idea of um, a liberal arts education as a recipient of one, I can only say if if you decide I want to, there are a few things where obviously you have to go on a university track to go on to get a job in the same field, right? Doctor, right? If you want to become a doctor, you're gonna first have to get a medical degree. Lawyer, same kind of deal, right? Now, lawyer is different because at an undergrad level, it doesn't matter. You're gonna have to go to law school. Med school, I assume, is the same way, right? Like if you get a degree in chemistry, that may be just as valid as a degree in pre-med for eventually getting into med school. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Somebody else could give you much more insight into that. But um, for the people that say don't don't spend money on a college education unless you know you're going to get a return on it, um, a liberal arts degree will pay for itself. It's not going to necessarily get you a paycheck day one or say, oh yeah, we need you. But what it's going to show an employer is you've learned how to communicate, how to organize thoughts, how to present things mathematically or written or whatever, and um, university was the Greek idea of a universal education. You get some of everything, and liberal arts follows that through. You still need to um, be able to think and write and defend what you're thinking about and all those kinds of things. And whether, for me, I went into computer, not programming, but support and then management. All those kinds of things grow out of um, having an ability to react to unexpected and different things and a wide array of being comfortable being asked to do different things or manage different stuff. So, I guess in defense of liberal arts, which uh, especially here around Twitch, for young audiences, people are quick to say, "Oh no, you got to go chase the dollars. You get something that's going to pay for itself." And these days, ow, hey, all the rage is why should I have to have college debt? Don't be a you don't have to expect that other people are going to pay for your college either. Um, you will get a value out of it, but you should take that value. But the life experience and the number one factors that you're going to have in getting and holding and moving up in a job are the human ones, right? That's the deal. You ultimately have to pass an interview, and you have to be able to work as a part of a team where you are not the jerk, and the person who may be the jerk doesn't throw you off your game so much that you're the one the boss has to spend a lot of time dealing with. They just know you're the rock star. You're the one that's going to get stuff done no matter what, um, and no matter what the job. And college can be a huge help for that. Going into an unfamiliar setting and dealing with the people that you're around, working on, you know, projects, having a professor that you think doesn't understand what you're trying to present in a paper or in an answer on a test or um, whatever else, and having to uh, figure out how to move forward with that, right? Either asking for a meeting with the dean or whatever, doesn't matter. Those are life skills that are going to make you a lot of money down the road, or keep you making money when others are struggling to find their next job, right? So don't be afraid to, if you like literature and all that, you'll do all right if you give yourself that chance to expose into it. Now, if you come out of that and go, oh well, I'm going to be the next the next Tolkien expert professor, right? And I'm going to just make a career out of studying that work. You better be real creative and have a real knack um, for monetizing what you know, whether that's Twitch or anything else, because there's not a lot of money to be made in some of those kind of things. You can learn about what you love and you can develop marketable skills there. Doesn't mean that that's what you do, right? Doesn't mean that I became um, a historian, right? Or that I when I as soon as I got out of school, I had to go show that yeah, learning how to communicate in written form or verbally, how to prioritize tasks and time, and deliver on deadlines and all that kind of stuff. That's the stuff I had to then go make my living off of. Right? You don't just get to go, oh yeah, I really enjoyed the classes that I took on pre-Civil War America and how thought patterns and the economy, or how thought patterns shaped the economy there. Just didn't become a deal. Um, at least not a bill-paying one, but it shapes the way you look at the world for the rest of your life, and that's, I think, so important. And so it's fascinating for me to see people that are gravitating to really good writers and going, I want to dig in. And you can actually hear some of them looking for more meaning than is there. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Not cool. Probably took out my torches. Little garbage can crunch out there, I guess. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And when your teacher's next asking you to read some dumb book, um, what? Which? Stop throwing stuff at me, I almost said. Why can't I eat? Dang it. You're in trouble now, dude. Oh, I try to fill some of these things in. Oh, very loud and exciting. Go figure that on the one day we don't have lawnmowers going. Got like fencing or something being rattled around. See you. Alright, now we've turned the corner, so to speak. So yeah, anybody have insights, expectations, hopes? Anybody planning on watching the Prime stuff? Anybody? Um, I guess I'm curious. Are there folks in here that either really liked or really didn't like the Hobbit movies as compared to the Lord of the Rings movies? Curious what you guys' thoughts are on those. Again, my contact is with people that are very much the book readers, right? And so, oh, there's some massively non context items in the way that they decided to adapt that to the screen that really don't fit with the way that the novels presented how uh, elements of that world, right? They basically like, oh, okay, well we're gonna do this way, and when you've read the supporting material and all that, it's like that really can't be, um, and that always brings up good conversations about what is uh, how far is going being a book snob in contrast to a movie, and how much is like a rightful, all right, this is losing the spirit of the movie. And financially, you can't argue the Lord of the Rings franchise has been a massive success. The trilogy of the Lord of the Rings was huge, and the out out of there, and the awareness that they brought, the audience that they brought to those books, because I was a young adult when that first movie came out, and um, while I was familiar with The Hobbit before that, I hadn't read any of the books, and at least not in like their full. I may have read like an even more children's version of The Hobbit at some point, but um, it was I think after having watched the Fellowship movie that I did go ahead and pick up the paperbacks of the trilogy and read those, and have now since reread many times, and uh, ebook and the Kindle version. I have the the paperbacks of all that stuff. That keeps creepers off my head a little bit more. See you, pal. Did you call over all your friends? I'd kind of like to be finding access to the deep dark, right? Wasn't really where I was hoping to put that. Not go back up again. So I can't talk smack because in a large sense, um, the movies were what brought me to the books as an adult. So there's a value to that I recognize, and I also appreciate that if you're making a book into a movie, the book will almost always seem better because books have narrative description, right? You can as an author talk about a character's mindset. Um, you can reflect their maybe mental indecision, right? They're trying to struggle through a decision or course of action. As an author, you can write the insight. You don't have, not everything is dialogue and action. So it works to. I think that was a drip. It works to give that insight, but in an adaptation of a novel, you don't get that license. You have to make a scene or use CGI or introduce character dialogue to fill in the gaps that the either the narrator or just the descriptive tone of the work fill in pieces for anyway. So it's fascinating. I love. I mean, I have no illusions that screenwriter or anything like that is anything I'm ever gonna do. But I like looking at just kind of like that cardboard sci-fi horror movie thing that I was watching the other day. I like looking at how does an art director get around that? How does a screenwriter get around adapting stuff and making it fit? And uh, the guys on this podcast I was talking about seem to do a very good job of that as well, of holding that in context and understanding and not being unfair to a producer or director, whoever, in this case, Jackson's interpretation. Um, in The Lord of the Rings, they out of necessity had to change some things and keep large parts of the original novels out of the film, just through time or the context of the story that they were going to tell couldn't accommodate having that much extra. So one of the characters that is kind of universally adored and was most bemoaned as not being in the movies in the way back when they first came out was Tom Bombadil. What happened? How'd they leave out Tom Bombadil? Well, there wasn't context or setting, and they were able to tell the greater story of Frodo and his involvement with the ring and the ring's effect on the Fellowship and the rest of the world at large without having to include that. So it was, left out and went on. Now, one thing that I've always struggled with is the ending in the movies as opposed to the books. At the end of The Return of the King, Frodo, after several years later, Frodo is called to the Grey Havens with Elrond and some of the rest of his kin, and the Gandalf, others are being taken to the western lands to into the west, and that's the place where elves, who are what traditionally we would say is immortal. They can die in battle, but they can in some vagaries that I don't fully understand be reincarnated, I guess you might call it. Um, but having worn the ring or possessed it and being given that extended life and everything that comes with it, all the rights and responsibilities of being a ring bearer, right? It's like the Aladdin's lamp in the Disney movies, right? All the power and responsibility, or power and whatever in the world, itty bitty living space. All right, you have, um, you don't have access to such things without um, costs or effects that can be quite implied. And all of Frodo's struggles to get the ring to the towers of Mount Doom um, had a real cost for him, and um, even for Sam in a little bit. But Sam was never the ring bearer. He assisted, but um, without knowing it, the ring hadn't passed on from Sam or from Frodo. Sam only thought that he was left alone to complete the quest. So Sam, mercifully for him, gets to live out his life with Rosie, and everything's good in the books. But when they return, Frodo and Sam and Pippin and Merry, they all come back from, as Bilbo did. They come back to the Shire far different from how they had left, and they find that while they were out um, dealing with these large affairs of the wider world that most in the Shire don't care about, the Shire hasn't been unaffected. The Shire has actually been targeted. I won't fully spoil it, um, and has uh, not improved while they've been away, and there's a lot of people suffering. And what one of the main themes that I take away from the books that others don't seem to highlight, it's kind of at an end. It isn't a recurring theme. It's this idea that, um, and Sam alludes to it quite a bit, but that it's not the heroes in the stories. Sam has a famous line both in the book and the movie that maybe in the stories that the heroes just thought of home. They wanted to get out and be somewhere else. That they were kind of the stories you weren't sure you wanted to be in, but they're the stories you want to listen to after the fact, right? The stories you find yourselves in, you didn't go out searching for. And that reveals that in the end, Sam and each in their own way, because they all have their own little story arcs. Merry and Pippin obviously get separated out from Sam and Frodo, but they each get separated from one another. One falling into the side of Gondor, one falling into the side of Rohan, and rising or taking on small relative to their stature, but very important roles and mirroring one another, which is an artistic device. Let's face it, they're allowing you a fellowship context into the power structures of these people that at the beginning of Fellowship you don't even know they exist. Like Rohan, what is that? Gondor, never heard of it. What are you talking about? And of course you learn of these places through the members of the Fellowship and their interests and their experiences. But the four of them kind of take divergent paths. Obviously, Sam fills the role of the British military Batman or kind of manservant type role that J.R.R. Tolkien was familiar with through the First World War. I don't know that he was an officer. I know that he was in the Battle of the Somme and fought, knew trench warfare and was intimately familiar with the horrors therein. But he, okay, really take that. He would have been familiar with this idea that there are um, in that time coming out of the Victorian era and growing into kind of what we would recognize as modern. Um, there were people who rose to great, not necessarily prominence, right? That would be the counter. They're serving folks that moved into the heights of military service um, out of the nobility, right? Because there was a time when, uh, if you were commanding a ship, say, right, or likely to be given command of a ship, you would have already been promoted into some form of the lower nobility, right? You may not have worn shiny metal or anything, but you would have been granted a knighthood or some such title before you were given those commands in the military. And uh, if you didn't have those, if you were just what would basically have amounted to a farm boy, but grew up on the lands of your local rural or whatever. Think if you've ever seen any of it, think Downton Abbey, right? The the main dude, I don't know any of these names. The main dude has kind of like a heavy set middle aged guy who's not overly well educated. He is educated. He's certainly literate and all that, which goes with doesn't go without saying. But again, in the times of World War One, he's got he and the Lord, the main Downton guy, they have a war history together. They've served him, and it turns out he was his Batman. He was his personal servant as an officer in the military, and he ultimately could help save his life at times. But he also he's also doing the day to day stuff, the pre, preparing meals or making sure that they're prepared for him, setting the table, helping him set up at least, if not overtly shaving, and having a clean uniform and being presentable as an officer would be, not as a guy that's living in the mud of a trench, right? His whole job is there to facilitate, and Sam fills that role, but it went so much deeper contextually that these people, whether they were servant master type relationship or evolved into more of a genuine respect friendship, um, they're both filling their roles with pride and honor, and Sam certainly manifests that, becoming um, one of the often mentioned as most favored hobbits, right? Of the four or five, if you count Bilbo amongst the four that are part of the Fellowship. Sam, for his steadfastness and his devotion, is often cited as a favorite amongst people. I don't know that I go quite that far, but what I do go back for, and what I was talking about in context of the movies and everything else, um, by the end of all their adventures, by the end of Return of the King, and they're coming back to the Shire, they've been changed by a wider world. They've risen to be heroes in their own right in this the context of these great forces moving and this larger world. And they come back and find that they're the home that they've been remembering as this peaceful refuge throughout all their trials and tribulations. They come back and find that it hasn't been untouched either. Just like them, it's been changed, and they um, find that their home now needs them to be heroes for it as well. They need that their work isn't done yet um, when they come back, so they do what they have to do, and they show a lot of mercy, they show a lot of compassion as they're doing it, but they step up. And what I see as a huge theme in that is, at the beginning, Frodo didn't even know how to react to Bilbo's gift without Gandalf standing at his shoulder and guiding him every step of the way. No, you can't touch it. Here, you got to put it in the fire to find out if it really is a thing. Put it back in this envelope. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. All these themes, Frodo, if he, Frodo very likely would have picked up the ring off the kitchen floor wherever Bilbo drops it in the movie. In the movie he just puts it there. I think in the book it's left on the mantle. Um, Frodo, much like Bilbo, would have probably just, Frodo's is kind of saved that he doesn't put it on until after the riddle game with Gollum in The Hobbit. He puts it in his pocket, but he doesn't put it on. Um, Frodo is advised not to put it on. Never, keep it secret, keep it safe. Do not touch it or use it. Keep it out of mind. Gandalf is guiding him the whole way, to spare him until he can find out, is this the One Ring, right? This is, it's the super lottery, and Gandalf has his suspicions, but Frodo's never really told him much about this ring, and never let him see it, never let him handle it. He didn't want to handle it, but Gandalf, of all people, knows that's really not a good idea. Um, but he does help them when they need it, and they need a lot of help. They need Strider, they need the Fellowship, right? Gandalf knows he can't be the one to do this. That they're gonna need a background. Elrond too. Elrond and Mithrandir, or Gandalf, are the two that can kind of look to each other and be like, all right, remember when that happened? Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. How does that shape? They've got a shared common memory that they can look back on that these others in the Fellowship don't. And so, yeah, they're kind of nudging in the right direction. But as Gandalf shows, he can't he can't just do this, right? The in Moria, he's gone, and has to leave has to kind of go, okay, I've gotten you where you need to go. Now, Fellowship, you need to go do your thing. I'll be back. Check it out. Check you later. Catch you later. You guys have fun with the ring. Um, by the time they get back, Sam and Frodo and Merry and Pippin, they don't, they have, I think the book describes that they take their time riding back from Gondor. And of course, a lot of the shadow has fallen off of the land, but there's still pockets, as the Shire shows, right? It's the converse. In the beginning of the books, the Shire is unaware of the shadow creeping over the land and how terrible, Rohan is being beset on all sides, right? Its villages are raided. Years earlier, Dale has been attacked by dragons. Mirkwood has turned over to the spiders and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, um, Sauron, the big bad guy, he's taken over in the south and the east. He's changed whole kingdoms to bad men, and these large kingdoms, the powers that will be, are holding out as islands and bastions. And at the beginning, Shire, everybody's is probably familiar with those first scenes of The Hobbit, Bilbo's birthday, and it's this pastoral, beautiful, peaceful little place that no troubles can touch. And by the end, that has all flipped. By the end, the rest of the world has there's been a year of celebration. Gondor is restored as a kingdom and is adventuring, but driving out the remaining pockets of evil and danger from the world. Evil will always persist, but they can get it to where the innocent can live their lives in peace and relative prosperity. So they do so, and here they come to find that as they've been basically feted, right? They're traveling back through, and everybody goes, "Oh, you're Frodo." The word is spread before them. They can spend time in Rivendell and party up there, and back through all these places that they visited or others that they haven't, sharing stories and songs and food. And then they come back to the Shire, and now the story is completely flipped. Every place else is feeling good and safe and recovered, yet in this little backwater that used to be so sheltered and protected, there's now a pocket, a stain, that remains, and people weren't. It News of it doesn't even reach out to Gondor or anywhere else in the wider Middle Earth to be aware that yeah, there's real trouble here. You need to, something needs to be done. There's nobody left to do it but the four of them, the four who left in secrecy and running for their lives, being chased from their homes, a place that was safe and secure. They now return riding tall in the saddle to find that their former friends and neighbors, their soon to be again friends and neighbors and family are cowering in fear and living a besieged life. It's tough. It's a bad scene, and there's no one that has to tell them what to do, and they don't even linger to look for where will aid come from. Let's go, guys. It's kind of like mount up, guys. We got to go. Let's get this dealt with. People are suffering, and oh, we are not gonna stand for it, dude. How many times am I gonna fall? Like trying to express elevator back up in this waterfall. See if we can manage it. Um, so that's always been my favorite kind of theme of the book, and that got totally cut out of the movie. And I'm like, what? What? What are you doing? You gotta show these guys getting back, but they don't. They just, they cut to um, the ships at the Grey Havens, and it's a strong ending to a movie, but that was the piece that for me, I'm like, man, that changes the story that I know that I relate to quite a bit. Um, and of course, then The Hobbit goes so much further, and I think that's the one where um, you get more pushback from fans of the novels that what why did you guys have to feel the need to do this? You had a loyal audience. Yes, they certainly wanted to make it marketable and profitable, and to all counts they did, but they they completely flipped on their head, uh, or on its head, the story and the world that the author had created. They decided to um, not just selectively omit or modify things to present the story in the means. Why? Where was my shift there? What the? What's going on? I was crouching on the edge of that to try to get these. I don't know why I'm even trying for these iron blocks. It's not that important. Um, but yeah, it became silly to the point of the marketing is dry. You get the feel. Are we just trying to sell action figures and that kind of stuff, like another Lego set? What's the goal here? Um, because do we see anything down there? I think I got them all. But did you see that? Like I come over here and then I just popped up. My finger hasn't moved off the shift key. Not cool. All right, whatever. Let's get out of here. No deep dark. Ow. Not now, but not what I wanted to do. So that's the real question coming into this Amazon deal is, are we gonna get something that takes a piece of the Silmarillion or other background info and faithfully builds from it to a richer whole? or are we going to get a modified version of The Hobbit, which is just create new characters, fill in with special effects, and totally deviate from the stories. Uh, the feeling, I think, being that with the Lord of the Rings, you had it's so well done that um, there was a lot of yeah. We'll trust we'll trust you. Everything you've shown us is that this is likely going to be a well done deal, and so yeah, have at it. We'll see what you want. But after the Hobbit, and I don't even know if Peter Jackson is in any way affiliated with this. And again, I'm a big fan. I think it's very good, but I do hope that uh, some of the major pieces that came that were changed in the Hobbit um, are left to more traditional side in this Amazon, and that's a concern, right? Because the the Hobbit was still the same, same cast, same producer, um, big studio budget production, right? It was um, all tied in and set up for a similarly true to the source material representation, which was awesome. And still, The Hobbit left if not bad, then kind of a funky aftertaste in everyone's mouth. It was like, what did I just see? And why did they feel the need to take admittedly a children's story that predated the Fellowship had less depth initially written into it, and that's saying something for Tolkien's writing style, because there's a ton of depth. People are, spending 40, 50 hours podcasting just through chapter by chapter in The Hobbit all these years later. And not there's certainly some filler and some unrelated content, but or just side content like this, right? We don't talk about Minecraft all the time. We play and we talk about other stuff. Same thing goes there. They got some jokes. They talk about the viewers and all that kind of stuff. Some of that is themes. Some of it is just comic cross reference. Pop culture type things that they feel lots of Monty Python type references and stuff like that. That oh yeah, we can fit those in. It kind of denotes the audience, right? What are the people that share our tastes and our backgrounds? What would they get or laugh at? And it certainly works with me. A lot of they're they're older guys than I am, if you can believe it. So some of their stuff is a little ahead of my cultural background, um, but not bad. And a lot of the stuff that they are referencing that maybe was current contemporary stuff when they were kids was stuff that I picked up on, right? Like I didn't grow up in an era when uh, the Holy Grail from Monty Python was a new release in the theater, right? I grew up after that, but it was one of those that like on VHS, oh heck yeah, let's watch that, right? Let's watch Flying Circus and get him? Kind of hard to see. So yeah, I don't know. And the stuff that I was listening to last night, which again is in The Hobbit and is basically from back to like 2018, I think, is when they recorded these, and they're still, they're still going strong with new material. But they were referring back to it was well done. Like, oh, the Twitter is alive with people speculating on this announcement that Amazon has bought the rights to make a production off the Silmarillion, and that's the elvish histories that there's not a novel to the same extent that there is, Fellowship and The Hobbit. Those were complete novels written by Tolkien and stand alone, right? They go. The Silmarillion is not that at all. It is a collection of histories and um, accounts of the elves, and written by him more as a reference to the world. It's incredibly entertaining, and the language is beautiful. But there's elements of mythology and epic poetry and things like that all thrown throughout, and it covers a wide range of time, from basically the creation of the world, what would eventually become Middle Earth, um, throughout all the histories, the ages of the elves, right? And we know from the movies and everything that the elves are fading, right? Arwen elects to live a mortal life with Aragorn, and that's no small thing. Folks who already know what I'm talking about know why that has a bearing on what I was talking about with the movie adaptation of the Hobbit. That was massively important, that an elf and a human could have a romance, and only happened, I think, 3 times, but is so significant that Elrond, right, Keeper of Rivendell, and the guy who calls the council that becomes the Fellowship of the Ring, and gives all that guidance, and is an immortal, right, is cautioning Arwen about settling down with Aragorn, and you will give up this immortal life if you choose to live a mortal one, and bond with Aragorn. He is the product of another such union. He's Elf Friend is titled, and he is a branch on a family tree that has in ages past a union of um, elves and humans, and it has a bearing on Aragorn, and how he goes, the Númenóreans, um, and it's that presence or dilution of um, elvish blood in humans that affects, gives Aragorn eventually a multiple hundreds of years reign, where he kind of sets up this age of men to be bountiful and productive, not the, kind of clean up everything that came before, that we know from the movies and the stories. You guys notice we got some more of that deep slate? I didn't call it out. But... All right. Do we have any more room to jam up this box? I guess so. A little bit. Bones, gunpowder, sod. All right. I guess we start start in here. And we can probably go ahead and swap that out. I know some of those aren't complete, but gives us more inventory space down below. All right. While we're here, because we can. I love that little last trill at the end of that too. It's good. All right. We got our ore box. We got our random collection box. This one goes back. This up. Let's go. Yeah, you heard my battle horn. So I'm very fascinated to see what is it that they produce in the Amazon side of things, and does it, is it one of those things that for me will be a celebration of even more depth to the books and things that I've really come to enjoy over my adult life, or is it just something you have to go, okay, it was never going to be that. You just have to accept it for uh, kind of an entertaining series. And I am one who is a big fan of the Game of Thrones. I've read all of J.R.R. Martin's works. I, have had to kind of come to terms with the fact that he's probably never going to finish those. He's an old guy. He got a massive payout, and as a fan of like college sports, or I hope I can remain. That's a whole nother thing. I won't get into that today. Um, but as a fan of that, it's often as you're recruiting or watching, your team's favorite players are contemplating turning pro, right? That's the deal. Are they ready yet? Is it fair to the organization for them that, you know, recruited them out of high school to then turn around and go, you know what? I'm gonna go make that pro money. And for me, the answer is usually yes, 100%. The money, especially if you're potentially like a first round pick, that money, that those values, um, the signing bonuses and the contracts and stuff that you might be able to make as a first round pick, that's generational money, right? That's the term for it. Family changing, right? You will be able to leave a legacy for your kids, your loved ones, everybody um, that money is just there and available, or hopefully you invest it and spend it wisely and all that kind of stuff. But it really can change the outlook of your, not only your life, but your kids and your family's lives as well. So you get those chances, you kind of have to take them, right? That's not being selfish or ungracious. That is just those opportunities don't present, and um, you have to go. And it doesn't mean that fans don't feel possessive, right? You're a part of our team. We don't want to see you go. We want to see championships and all that. But in the sports context, you never know when you're going to blow out a knee, right? And then that opportunity to make that generational changing money is gone, right? And that's unfair, and it is what it is. But it's important to cash in when you can. And so fans of the Game of Thrones books, they there was a lot of take early on that he shouldn't allow HBO to extend their series out beyond where his is. We should wait for the books. Well, you know, as a guy that's planning a massive series, you don't know if, are you going to get the chance to finish it, or do you get hit by a bus or something like that? So why wouldn't he sell that sto- oh, excuse me, storyline? I saw that Gollum. Oh my goodness, saw that zombie, and it made me cough. Get home. So he was able to cash in. Yeah, I don't even remember what the terms were, but they are massive. The amount of money that he got from HBO, the amount of money that HBO made off Game of Thrones. He was such a massive success. And I talked about Prime having was it the Wheel of Time series, and being a, kind of a their version of that. And we talked about it at the time. This is back in the over on the YouTube channel. During my tow world, I was working on the Gast farm when that series was coming out. I watched some of it, and it was kind of talking about, like, I wonder what the targeted audience is here. And obviously they're trying to capitalize on the interest that Game of Thrones has generated in this fantasy world. And Game of Thrones, George R. Martin, I think his first novels, I came very late to that party, but I think his first novels were out well before uh, Peter Jackson's film adaptations of The Fellowship of the Ring had come out. I think, but I don't know that for certain. Either way, George R. R. Martin, of his own right, is a good fantasy writer, um, and very successful, right? But it is it is fair to say that his stuff is not the same. It, I heard it in whatever the podcast was I was watching last night, whichever episode. Again, Prancing Pony Podcast is what I've kind of been talking about here, which is probably more in depth than anybody here would want to study or listen to people discuss J.R.R. Tolkien's um, kind of Lord of the Rings universe, and the other works, and origins, and scholarly insights into um, some of those works, and what was going on in his life when they were made, what he may have been considering, or how his feelings towards some of them changed over time, all that good stuff. Like any good in-depth podcast on stuff like that. I'm a huge fan. I recommend it strongly, but it does take a long time to get through. Looks like that. I think we went up there all the way. I think we're done in this little chamber. Right? Um, what I'm gonna be really bummed about, if this is, oh, we still got all this to go down too, right? Let's regroup. How did I get down here? Cross here, maybe? We go up like this, and then back around here, and then probably up there. Oh yeah, right here. I already went up too high. Okay, like that. I hope that's enough to help me out here. Once I get to there, I should be good to go. Just wander our way up the wall. But we want to get more here, and I think, sadly, we are too low to expect much in the way of copper now, which is kind of why we're here. But the other big thing we're looking for is a hole that takes us down to the deep dark, which we have not seen yet in this world. So very drippy. Now, hopefully we can work our way over there when we want to get out. Quick way to use 64 torches there. Some more, some more. Okay. Oh, that wasn't lag. That was just me stuck on a dripstone. Ugh. Was there any more over here? So, I guess, we're still left to wait and see. And other than the little trailers, which don't tell as much to me, I've read most of the way through the Silmarillion. It's kind of one of those I drop off, pick up. Um, it's certainly tougher reading that because again, it's not a novel. You're picking up. It's kind of like reading some of those anthologies of Greek mythology or something. That's about the closest context where not everything is fit together, and the more you become familiar, the more you understand how some of the names are interrelated and interact with each other. They have shared other stories and backgrounds and pieces that pull them together and um, combine the narrative, maybe. It certainly looks like it's getting deep over there, but I've thought that all the way through this cave. And I'm going to go up. Hey, there's some copper. We will break that torch eventually, but... That's a big hole. I think I want to go right down there. All right. This is what we've been looking for, kind of. In addition to the deepest dark area. How far back that goes. Alright, let's get all this goodness. Assume this is no, not nothing. Okay. I think these are are our final torches. Underwater. Oh, we got baby and creeper. Ow, you jerk face. Oh, what? Now you're done. Oh. Alright, how about we just chill? Eat our food here for a second. Nice looking little hole there. Cave goes on and on, my friends. Alright, how much of this is going to flood us out? Again, the stuff we actually need. In the quantities we actually need. This is fantastic. Is this like some kind of a special deal? I've never, never seen so much copper all clustered together like this before. Or did we just happen to hit on a whole bunch of nodes all jammed together? I mean, this feels like something, doesn't it? I think there has been mention of like a rich copper ore vein that ties into diorite. Isn't that a thing? I've never seen one if it is. Got more diorite there. We got more copper here. Just a matter of time before some of this starts raining floodwaters on our heads. But this is that's pretty good. How do we know it if we see it? Like, will we find some of those copper ore blocks that we've crafted? And we see in the rich iron veins? This is great. Okay. A bit more over here. Got more here. Bit of iron. Maybe it will lead us to more. There's some. Oh, alright, here comes our water. It's alright, we can deal with this much more easily now. Oh, get up there. A little more coal. Always like that. This is great. More here. What else? What else do we have for copper around here? So I think the deal was it was infused with this diorite. So do we need to explore this stuff out? This is gonna be like just as we completely max out all our shulker boxes, right? I still have that bit. Oh, before we learn to regret this. Okay, see no more. No more copper there. Now there was copper, right? Okay, that seemed like just normal though, right? It wasn't crazy big. Uh-oh. Chest time. Chest time. Look at all those stacks. Oh, that is amazing. Iron. So we're not quite there, but almost 9 full stacks of unfortunate raw copper ore. Then and I should probably keep that. Get rid of those. All right, while we're stopped, do we have any more? No more torches. So we are almost done here, folks. Then we'll go back and see what else we want to do today. But we'll definitely try to keep this whole area in mind. I don't want to just give it up. Ooh, did we already? I guess we did already come down here. It's like this doesn't seem as intermixed as those rich iron veins, right? This may be a time to and we'll park. Hope everybody's doing good out there. If you're lurking, hello and welcome. If you want to say hi in the chat, you're more than welcome to do so. All right, we want Minecraft copper ore vein. Ore veins are rare but huge. I clicked on the link as I was reading. It said copper ore something. All right. Ore veins occur as large branching networks of rock with high concentrations of associated ore. Copper veins are largely made of granite associated with copper ore and raw copper. So, where is my article, you dumb thing? Copper veins are made largely of granite associated with copper ore and raw copper. Iron veins are tough associated with iron ore and raw iron. Ore veins can snake and branch and eventually dead end, similar to spaghetti caves in their shape and thing. A fully exposed copper ore vein picture in the wiki looks huge. Caves. A player can easily spot them in the floors, walls, and ceilings. In some cases, more than 2,000 of a particular ore can be found in a single vein. I think that's what we have, but I was thinking diorite, not granite. So, all right, well that's cool. I'm gonna close that. Hopefully that didn't ruin our deal. Let's look more closely before we leave. But I'm gonna step away for just a sec. So we will park the game so I don't die. Sorry, I muted too early. We'll catch you guys in just a bit. I will be right back. All right, chat. We're back. Sorry about the wait. That was longer than I expected. But man, all right. I gotta ask. Y'all ever had the booger that just won't go? Like you can feel it. You blow your nose. Like you get something. You're like, no, it's not there yet. Man, I must have gone through. Well, I did go through 3 Kleenexes trying to get out this one little booger. I got it. It's gone now. So I guess technically this is not a copper ore vein because what we read right before break is that they are associated with granite, um, not diorite. I thought I'd read diorite earlier, but I don't know. Guess we'll try this. There was some copper there, or some granite there. A lot of coal. Either way, I like it. Keep it coming, please. Can't see anything. So let's do that. But look, here's more. So I don't know. Technically, is this or is this not a vein? This has been the most bountiful copper I've ever seen in Minecraft. So whatever this is, good stuff. Let's keep it going. Just what we needed on this trip. Try not to walk off an edge. Good at that. Boom, boom. Anything else we're missing? We'll leave those out to spawn mobs on our head. Oh, so good. All right, where do we go next? I saw that granite. Oh, 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 oh. Maybe this is it. We won't really know until or if we find a block of copper ore, right? Because those you only naturally find in the veins. I felt like I was going to cough again. So now what do we do? I mean, are we finding something that's different in that maybe dripstone caves have bigger pockets of copper? Because this isn't like little clumps scattered like the iron ore with the tuff, right? This is just huge pockets of copper wherever we find them. So I want more, but oh, hello. Can't see anything. See more copper? I don't. Oh man, I've totally got like the little tickle. Wow! I didn't even eat anything on my little break. Okay. Already got almost 2 more stacks though. Still have 7 torches. Man, I'm afraid to leave this area. I don't want to miss out on anything that is potentially as good as all this has been. This has been just wild. Got that coal up in the ceiling. So let me know, chat, comments, whatever. Have you guys seen stuff like this? Is this just normal for a biome like this to have? There's some up there, but like here's the granite. Have pockets that are this big. Oh, oh, good grief. That wasn't very big. I go down here. Am I going to be able to get back out again? Looks like it. Hi, Glow Squiddy. Oh. Doesn't look like that goes anywhere. Alright, well that's our torches. I don't see copper around any of this granite. So maybe that wasn't a vein at all. Maybe that was just big pockets. Oh, well this is iron, so I guess that doesn't count. Like, there's granite here. Maybe it's right here. This is just wishful thinking. And I guess we can grab some stone while we're here. Oh, I don't even have torches. Yeah, whatever. Let's get out. This has been good. Guess we should really grab this coal, though. Oh, I don't have a torch. Okay. Alright, I shouldn't get too cocky. We're not out yet, right? We gotta find our way back. Potentially grab out more stuff as we go. Now I want to find a copper vein, though. So we gotta keep our eyes out. Put that on our to-do list. Because knowing that we didn't find one just makes it, oh, well, now we need to. This doesn't seem dangerous at all. No creepers are going to come over here and get me. In the dark hole I'm creating. You ever heard the expression, dig your own grave, chat? Feel a little bit that way. Alright, how do we get in here? Over here? This looks stairway-like, but ooh, I have no memory of this place. That was also why I spent so much time today talking about Lord of the Rings stuff. Did I get that torch back? I have a feeling over the coming weeks and months I'm going to be quite caught up in Tolkien references. Got nothing. I'm just trying to do this, right? And I think we need to be here. But now where do we go? Down all the way to here? Yikes. So why are all these on my toolbar? Okay, that's the hole. It's the same hole we were just in. So dark. I think this is all copper. Can't be totally sure, but it seems like it. This, and look at all this. Hey, maybe this is just how copper does. There. I can barely see this at all, so I apologize. I think usually the YouTube stuff lightens. I don't know about the Twitch. Yeah, you guys see it a little better than I do. I'm just looking right now. It looks like it gets some artificial extra lightning. Oh, some deep slate iron. Can I still get out of here? There's some iron. Alright, we fell in this hole right there. I think we want to go this way. Get back there. Oh, okay, this is starting to make... Yeah, we came along here, and like ultimately the hole is on that side going up. See any granite with copper ore in it? Some iron. Okay, this is our little path. Climb up the side of the hill. Hopefully, without incident. Go through this windy thing, I guess. Oop. I guess copper ore is just this big. I thought we were in something special. We're just in like boring everyday copper deposits. But now we didn't. It was daytime when I started up this hill. What's really going on, game? I have no torches. I did just try to throw one down there. Oh, I have a torch. Where'd that come from? Gonna be our nightlight. More copper. Oh. So I think that was just bountiful copper, deep. As the levels go deeper, there where you can find the ore, it gets more plentiful. Oh, look at this. We do have. Ooh, we do have a creeper friend. See you. What an adventure. Man, 3 hours of the stream already done. But that was good. Oh, dude. I'm sorry. We'll get you a hay bale when we get back. At least you're fast. Oh, he regenerated his heart. That's cool. Now, is that just a time deal, or did that use up like hidden food? We gotta remember is dodge the hole by the rose bushes. And here we are, safe and sound. So not too far of a ride, but definitely got us out of the neighborhood. Hi, everybody. How we all doing? Alright, that was good. Good little horse riding adventure. Now we got a lot of unpacking to do. Should we... I think let's start at storage. And we will still have a bunch of extra stuff, but that should consolidate our shulker boxes down. Okay. You, 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 you. I don't think there's much of anything in that one. This, however, has a mass of stuff that we're going to have to deal with. So first things first, the old trifecta. And it's right there. Stone. Did I ever set up gravel? I wonder. And the other one I've got to figure out is maybe we'll do here. Like I've set up a bunch for tough. We could always throw it in with a netherrack. I don't think I need 3 sections right now. I stand by the decision, but I think this will be all right with tough too. So we can do nope, 2 there, and we'll do dripstone blocks and dripstone drippies. And the last thing I still need to dump somewhere. I usually put it next to sand, but I didn't leave. Let's go here. This should work, right? We can go gravel. That'll be red stone. I don't think I put anywhere. How much red? I don't have any red sand. All right. Well, we need gravel. It's been bugging me. And we have a single deep slate. Okay, then ore box is this one. It's a pretty good haul. And now we have... Oh, not you. I think like quartz and so many other things, you can combine those into blocks, I think. Keep a little stone, get tough. I don't know where I got the cobbled from, but okay. And gravel and dirt. Alright, that was pretty quick. Now, eventually, we still need to make all the mob drop sections and leaf. If we had leaves and tree stuff, we could do all of this right here, but still a little ways off. Now all we need to do is grab these, combine them in here. This guy goes here. Empty. All those will get stashed away upstairs. Now on to processing. Oh no. Hear you. All right then. Most things I just want to keep one of, but not those guys. And let's get... I guess I don't have any regular gold in here. Alright, I'll keep a deep slate. And we need the lapises. Lapi? I thought I saved those. It's not like we're running short or anything, right? So we still need diamond, regular, and deep slate, emerald, regular and deep slate, regular gold. Any others I'm not thinking of at the moment? But having that deep slate coal, that's, I think, the toughest one to find. Alright, that's all good. Now that we've done that, start with coal. You know what? I don't think... They may not be spawning when I'm over here, but that shouldn't be far enough to despawn. Now, if I went 2 stacks, then I would be too far away and we would despawn the zombies that were already in the kill chamber. But I think the others should still be there. Just go a little faster. Yeah, I still hear them. 128 is the despawn, right? You've gone out of range. Those world chunks unload at that point, and that's why all the farms and everything have a 128 length. But we can just back down this hallway the 64 blocks in the stack and not have any issues. And process out this coal a little quicker. Okay. A little bit more here. This one maybe isn't so long we have to worry about it. Okay. For starters, let's go with, I guess, this. that down here where there's individual pieces. Let's go. Iron ore. We'll do the little compare here. So 64 pieces of iron ore, or silk-touched iron ore blocks. And we'll do the count with the Fortune 3 here. How many do we get? Breaking these out. Almost 2 stacks. So now we'll start the blocks there. And then so by the time we get ready to really do the copper, we may be already set to hopper these guys in and back out. Because as good as it is to stand around and let the zombies spawn, it's better to not have to deal with it. Okay. What I really don't want to do is break this open on top, right up. So I was like, oh yeah, just put up the hoppers, right? Except that we know we're dripping, we're delivering these guys kind of on the corner out of the farm, and this may still be in the midst of it. Kind of like this wall where it is, though. I did kind of like having this be a barrel vault, but you know what? Let's just go. Let's just build it into this area back here. So fortunately we have a whole bunch of logs, right? I think we got everything we need here. How we doing up here? Also, how are we doing? That was the silk touch. There's the axe. Okay, so here, logs. Should be fine for now. So we're gonna do... I don't think that torch needs to be there. I think it could be... If we did... Oh, we still don't have torches, do we? Be there for now. So if we went chest, hopper. Now those still open. I need a bunch more chests. Where's that? Oh, here. And that's gonna be tough to get to. I guess we can go around the outside here, so we can go. Maybe even just this high? Do I have those? These. Let's get them set up. So we got blast furnace, and then we have hopper, and then we have hopper, and then we have chest. No, what are you doing? Chest there. Really wanted that to go. That went in somewhere. Don't need to fuel our furnaces with chests. Alright, there's a big chest. God. I need more anyway. And if we really wanted, we could put extra chests in there, but I don't see a need. We're gonna have plenty of coal. What we are not gonna have plenty of is stuff to cook. Still fortune? No. Although maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I should let that one run out so we can begin to switch to the other side. And we're too full. Boop, boop. Go there. Come out. Get the gold. Okay. Blocks of coal. 44. It's a nice, well, I guess. Divisible by 4 number. And there's that. The loose coal from out of these already came, so we can just do this and this. Those are now loaded up, right? And then we're cooking. That does still have... Ah. Just some of this. Hopefully that gets us close. Okay, we need far more wood. Probably won't need all of these, but... And then what we need, 4 more hoppers. Oh, 3 more. Alright. We got close. That's fine there. realize now that I'm using my fortune pick there. Oops. Oops. I just... We can go all the way across there. Hopper, hopper. Guess we'll use this then. Blast Ferni. Oh yeah, I totally left out a pair of hoppers, didn't I? Oops. It's alright, we can make more. Fuel hoppers. Processing hoppers, and then chests to hold the ore. Alright, are we good? I still have no torches. I don't know where that chest ended up. Was that the only one? Nothing likely to be used as fuel or cooking. Still got plenty to cook there. How's our fuel? Oh, our fuel is in the furnaces. 12 there. These will be a little bit ahead. And are these both even? Pretty much. So, there you go. Alright, that goes away. All of this stuff. Now stash. Do we have anything? There's repairs all done. Except, of course, for this. And I don't know if I want to seal those and just go in, like into the little gap, put the wall back up here. Might want to do that. I don't have enough. Oh, I do have enough deep slate. So we can look at this. Although we may have switched all this to cobbled anyway. I think we did. Don't mind me. We'll figure all this out. I think we have boxes and boxes of all this stuff too. Still have no torches. Like that. Okay. Away, away, away. Those could come in real handy someday. These will do just to get out of the way. Speaking of out of the way, we have deep slate. Lots of cobbled deep slate. And stone I think we'll hang on to maybe, or just put in there. Get that out of the way. Alright. Inventory time. So while it may take us most of the rest of the session here today just to process this stuff through, the good news is once it's all loaded into these furnaces, that will be cooking if I can remember not to hit escape when I load up the game before we start. In fact, let's go ahead and split these out a little bit. So we're cooking while we're working. This is our line. Right up the middle. This is, I guess we wouldn't have gotten them from the last one. So with all this fortune, we just look at some of those jumps. $28 to $43. Just crazy. But turning these into blocks does just absolutely crush our supply of the ingots, so we still don't want to go too far away because we want the zombies. We got room here. Okay, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And extra there. Axe still needs a little bit of sharpening. Still didn't get it. Okay. Now we know what's in front of us. And we're only going to be able to do like one at a time until we've cleared enough inventory space. We can do two. All right, so clean all this up. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, came up a little short that time, huh? Not quite so fortunate. Axe is better, though. I guess that doesn't really help our inventory. Alright, so we gotta remember it's this wall, the back one, that we have to start with, so it doesn't get shorted. Or any extra go to if the 4s work out better. So yeah, the biggest problem here is using block coal and then wanting to go other places while this cooks, right? This is not ideal other than starting stopping, right? For that, it's perfect. But for everything else, it is pretty inconvenient. Like right now, we're cooking, that's great. We're here. They keep running and all that. But when we start going through the portals to other places and trying to do other stuff around the world, that's when we lose it. And if a block of coal goes away, I think when it reloads, there's no statefulness of a furnace that like, oh, it's used half of a block of coal. When you come back in, it loads it back up. No problem. I think you lose that. So that's kind of a problem. We don't want to get in the habit. All right, so you get 4 first. This time, you get bonus. How we? Those two are, well, one of them's a top row only. Okay, so now that back corner is next. So I don't know of a way to make a super efficient drowned farm. I know I built suspended river drowned, dropping into a common kill chamber. It's not that fast, not that efficient, and for the rate that they actually hold copper ingots, that doesn't seem like the winning method to me. So this is about the best I know. Does anybody know a better means of copper production other than, hitting these ore blocks with a fortune block and blast furnacing them? If you know something, let me know. Very interested. But as is, once we're going, I do want to use quite a bit of copper on the brewery that I have planned. But we can maybe also use some in the production of our darkroom creeper spawner. That's going to be the one we hit with any extra. This one's going to get left short. We'll leave them this time. Almost done processing the ore. So there's that. We're winning, guys. Then it's just got to cook, and that'll probably take a couple days of streaming, right? Of starting the world and letting it run. Now, I do, if I don't accidentally hit the escape button when I'm exiting off the screen, I'll let that run for generally 20 minutes to a half hour or so before we start. Today it would have been closer to 45, but I hit escape, so we had no zombies and we would have cooked no ore. But just letting it run that long should, with the blast furnaces, cook through quite a bit. We'll see how our blocks of coal manage to hold up to all that. When we're finished. Alright, beautiful, almost done. So I guess now we just look. 61 on the last one, way more. 13 on the last one, and an extra stack. So this one and this one are behind. That one's way ahead. So I guess you get 4. We should have a few more extra. Is that 3 or 4? Crap. On the hover. I think I had one more there, and then one there, one there, half there. Still short over there. You're ahead. Those two are on the same side. And how are we doing there? 14. I think we started with 17. This was lower, so it's down to 10. But hopefully that will get through our cook. We've already done that many. I guess we'll see. At least now they're pretty even. Okay, well, that's us cooking. The last little bit we have to do, I think we still have some lapis and some redstone. That we can keep here. I mean, we can keep all of it here, right? But this is a little less maddening to put out horizontally. Kind of like saving this for last because it does help. You're using the fortune pick on something that's giving XP, so it will, as you can see, it's getting better there as we go. Won't always work out to where it completely repairs, but I think with the lapis here, we should maybe do all right. There we go. So now, lots of goodies here. Lots of iron. Randomness. Wood. This can go back away. This just needs to get moved. Well, I guess we can carry that one. That's hopefully pretty well done. Empty. Goes there. This one come back out again. And this. Alright. Another little choppy chop. And maybe do some cleanup here. Before we're done. But that'll keep us here. I was thinking about, okay, we could just pop up to the surface, unload some of these other boxes, get all that done. But I think it's better not to unload the coal, right? So I think if we can just finish up what we got down here, be in pretty good shape. Let's go ahead and grab one of these back. up one of these at least. Good, right? Have that to trade. Have these to put away. Maybe... You know what, let's... put a bunch of these things that we never get in there. Spider eyes. Why not? Potato, that does go in there. And somewhere we missed these boots. So until we finish the next two storage rows and can get set up for some mob loot and all that, I was thinking about, okay, we'll just dump everything into here, but that actually seems like we're just going to make a bigger mess for ourselves up at the camp, right? But that's handy, and let's keep those plentiful. I do have, I mean, I don't often gunpowder the potions, but got a few here. That in. Alright, now this is just an empty shulker. So it's good to go. We got tree stuff, we got logs, and we have flesh to take over to our clerics for future trading. All good to go. And I can toss this bow. And last but not least, certainly, clean this off. Ooh. Let's go see just how well we did. And this keeps the... Not that I think we overfilled double chests, but it's good to keep them clean if we're constantly running stuff. Last but not least, I don't think we can do it. We've only got 4. I guess we could if we switched those out to cobble. I wouldn't mind making this into a little... Let's go ahead and do it. This is the perfect time. Making this into another, just a standard furnace again, right? So that if we have random pieces of iron or some gold to cook or whatever, we can just knock them out. Anything bulk is obviously going to go into the blast furnace, but who knows? You know, maybe we're standing here, we got a stack of sand and we need some glass or whatever. Just having a regular old furnace can be handy. So now going. But that's all that work. We only get 2.5 stacks. So when you start, you think about like the quartz bricks that we were using at the end of last stream to put up the ceiling. We went through piles of those, and they're all gone when you're using single bricks for construction. So a lot of that gets eaten up pretty quick. So there we have it. But let's not waste these guys when I turn off the game. I had a chicken jockey. Hey, level 32. Not bad. We should have more early tomorrow. This will continue to cook. But for now, I just want you guys to know how much I appreciate y'all hanging out. This was awesome. Not the most exciting. I hope you guys that are checking out the VODs bear with my rambling J.R. Tolkien and Lord of the Rings rambling. I love those books, and I've really been enjoying the podcast. It's not quite like talking about music or TikTok videos or something like that. So I know a lot of guys may be like, whatever. But great time in those caves for a random deal. That filled up our time getting a bunch of resources. We could always use more coal, right? That's kind of the one that exists outside of it, and until we make some kind of a decision like, you know what, we want to make some more of those raw iron blocks or raw copper blocks or whatever to use as a construction set, there's going to be a deficit, I think. Did we ever for science, I'm almost certain you cannot use charcoal to make blocks of coal, right? Or blocks of charcoal. I think that's the big drawback of charcoal, is that you can't do that. So kicking up the logs and all that kind of stuff, which we have loads of logs, but that never gets us bulk fuel. It's a little less wasteful, and we could certainly consider it, but the other piece is you can't blast furnace it, so it's a slow process to run all those through furnaces. But you can basically loop it back around so that it's constantly feeding itself to cook more and more and more and more and more until you've just got chests upon chests of charcoal, and that ultimately becomes renewable, right? Because you can make a tree farm, get more logs, on and on and on and on and on, without real problem. I think, bamboo or something like that is probably a little more interesting. Blocks of kelp, I don't know what their burn time is. I haven't really compared those. Maybe something to look into, but for now, this is a pretty good furnace setup, I think. Let's see how. I'm not going to shuffle anything more. I just want to put almost more stacks. Just in standing here talking. So that gives you a little idea. We just talked for 2-3 minutes. If it sits for 10 times that plus, that gets us a long way towards cooking everything that we have remaining there, not to mention more zombies to deal with tomorrow as we start stream. So I'm going to wrap it up there. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. Thank you all so much. I know weekdays, particularly early on the weekdays, it's tough to get a crowd in here. We'll try to bounce it around. I should have 2 more days, tomorrow and Thursday, and then I'll be taking a couple days off as I go on a quick little trip to hang out with some friends in Vegas. Be back the beginning of next week. So enjoy these VODs if you're watching them as a filler while I don't have live streams, or if you're just cycling through the channel and stumble upon me. I'm Habbage. Glad you're here. Go ahead and hit that follow button if you're over here on Twitch, so you know when I'm going live and can come be a part of the chat and hang out. If you're in YouTube, once you hit that like button or drop me a comment, let me know what you enjoy about this, or if it was miserably boring watching copper mining. I know it's not the most exciting thing, but hey, we're going to do some good stuff with this copper, I hope. So Bear with us. Stick around. There will be lots more fun to come in this world, but I really appreciated having you guys along for the ride today. Take care. Stay awesome. We will see you next time. For now, bye.